Good buddy. And it begins 25 minutes from now, following Today at the Races with Angela Herman and Jeff Madej. That's coming up next.
Hey, good evening and welcome to Canterbury Park. I'm Jeff Madej. This is Angela Herman on behalf of race caller Paul Allen and Kevin Gorg, our racing analyst. We're pleased to have you aboard here for day 2 of our 65-day meet in Shakopee, Minnesota. And what a night opening night was. A lot of things happened, including Shinny, who last year was 6-4-6, unbeaten. Looked like he could get beat every race last year. Somehow he found a win. Last night he went off at about 1-9, I think. Misses the break, stumbles at the start, and it's again, now Shinny can't win from here. No chance. Shinny won from there with Lindy Wade aboard. That was pretty phenomenal. The trainers also, it was a who's who of winning trainers. If you look at the list of guys that won last night, Angela, Rengsdorf, Robertson, Bravo, Burnt, Van Winkle, Litvin, Lund, Padilla. I mean, all of the top trainers at Canterbury Park found the winner's circle last night, which is pretty cool. There were 8 races. We had 1 jockey with 2 wins and 7 jockeys with 1 win. That's 9. How does that work? Watch this. Check out this replay here, the 10,000 Lakes. Don Plata and the Alligator Hunter lock up right here, deep stretch. Neck and neck, nose and nose, down to the wire. Even Paul Allen can't figure out who won the race. It took the stewards about 9 minutes to decide when they're looking at the photo. And when it was all decided, Angela?
Dead heat. And it's a tale of 2 very different races in our stakes last night. That one came down to the wire. This one was over at the start. This is clickbait, and this is pretty much what it looked like from start to finish. She and Cecily Evans could not have won any easier or more impressively. The final times for both, very, very impressive and a good representation of the best sprinters that come out of Minnesota.
Absolutely. Our favorite horses all got together last night to compete. The bettors showed up too. $1.8 million in handle on that 8-race program. The pick 4, the early pick 4, we call it the post-time pick 4 with the world's lowest 10% takeout, $95,000 in handle. Now, granted, It was fairly chalky, but there was a $54 horse in the mix that made the thing pay, I don't know, $50 or something for 50 cents. So considering it was pretty chalky early, it did get paid, and that was the start of the pick five, which attracted, what, $125,000, I think, in handle. The pick five paid $350 for 50 cents. So the money was there. The pools were big. Tonight's races, I believe, are going to be a lot tougher. I think you're going to find your way to a fortune. And the race days have changed, Ange. We should discuss that for those that maybe missed last night.
Yes, we should. As the schedule has changed, your opportunities to come and visit us on the weekend are increased. Now, last year we raced mostly during the week, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. This year we have dropped Tuesdays. If you're here tonight, obviously you know that we've kept Thursdays on. Wednesday, Thursday, Saturday, Sunday is our new schedule for this year. And Wednesday, Thursday, Saturday, we will race at 5 o'clock. Sundays, family days, we race in the afternoon. A little bit of a shake-up with that, but if you wanted to come enjoy it the weekend with us, you can do it at night on Saturday. You can do it during the day Sunday. You could do both, but it also affords opportunities to work more turf racing into Sunday. And with the 5 o'clock start, as opposed to like 6:45 like we used to, that post-time pick four that you mentioned is going to be loaded with turf races, I'm sure, on down the line as we get through the season.
Absolutely, absolutely. Now, I mentioned that there were 8 winning jockeys last night. One of them was not Harry Hernandez, a new face here. In fact, he's the 3rd leading rider in the country by wins. He's just behind Irad and behind Saez. We're going to see him win some races. But how did he end up at Canterbury Park? 3rd leading rider in the country. Now he's riding at Canterbury. Paul Allen caught up with him earlier this week. Let's take a look.
We're 1 for 1 with the play of the day. We got all of 1 to 9 last night on Asina. In the last click, a lot of late money went on that filly who broke her maiden in the 3rd race on Wednesday. We move on to Thursday, and in race number 4, we find hopefully the speed of the speed. That is number 2, Miss Glorious. Now, Miss Glorious is making a big class drop from optional claimers down to $10,000 claimers. They go 5 furlongs, so you see lots and lots of speed. But again, that's why I tried to find the speed of the speed, a horse dropping in class, and a new shooter here. We do have Miguel Jimenez in town this year. He's going to saddle her up, and she looks like she's in an excellent spot to try to pick up her 3rd lifetime win. She will be the play of the day. Not sure we'll get 7 to 2, but we will most certainly get better than 1 to 9 on the number 2, Miss Glorious, in race 4.
Well, I don't know, Ange, if you mentioned that you're Play of the day is undefeated, so let's keep that streak going. 1-9, it probably would have been 2-5 if you hadn't mentioned it. So the fans got to be happy with that. That's what we do. All you do is give. You give winners to the people. The play of the day doesn't have to be a price. It just has to be a winner. We've got 3 stakes races coming up next Wednesday, and if you look at the way our stakes race schedule looks, that's what's happening. The stakes are going to be kind of congregated into different days, and in general, Wednesday nights will be open company stakes races. Next week, we've got the Honor of the Hero, the HBPA Distaff, and the Brooks Field Stakes. Big fields, big-time turf racing. But before we get there, we've got to get through Saturday, a huge day in horse racing.
Yes, it is going to be the Preakness Stakes, the second jewel of the Triple Crown. It's going to be an interesting renewal of it because we will not see the Derby winner. Traditionally, we do, but he pulled such an upset and in the Kentucky Derby, they didn't even know that they were going to get in until the day of the draw. I'm sure that they weren't necessarily planning on going to the Preakness anyway, so they've decided to bypass it in lieu of the Belmont, thinking that this horse might handle 1.5 miles a little bit better than 1 3/16 miles at Pimlico. Understandable. So you will see a battle of the sexes of sorts. Now, I prefer Secret Oath to any of her male counterparts. But what did you make of the race now that it's drawn and now that we see who's actually going to go to post?
Well, I'm trying to make a case for Skippy Longstocking at about 1,000,000 to 1. But, Epicenter is the obvious choice. Is going to be, Kevin Gorg tells me the horse is going to be even money. Absolutely the one to beat. But I'll tell you, Secret Oath, you can throw out that first try against the boys at Oaklawn and watch her win in the Kentucky Oaks. Super impressive. I think she's game. I agree with you. I'd love to see her win the Preakness.
Yeah, and she's one of the few horses that seems to really thrive running as often as she does. They have a game plan for her through the year. This is a part of it. She's got a big shot, and she's not a real light, delicate sort of filly. She'll be just fine in that sort of spot, and she did get a brutal trip the first time that she faced the males. I think this time will be a much more representative effort from her.
Absolutely, and so that's Saturday morning. Wagering starts at 9:30, a full day of stakes racing, leading into Canterbury racing at 5 o'clock. I want to thank you for joining us on Today at the Races. The horses will be in the paddock shortly, and then Kevin Gorg will take you through a look at that lineup, and he'll give you a winning pick 4 as well. The post-time pick 4, 10% takeout, nothing lower in the nation. Thanks a lot. Have a good night.
All right, horses now getting ready to come out to the walking ring for the first race. My name is Kevin Gorg, your track analyst throughout the evening, along with Angela Herman. We'll take you through this brilliant 9-race card, outstanding wagering opportunities, including this post-time pick 4, which starts here in race number 1. Race 1, a maiden race, just 6 in the gate. The theme tonight as the race card goes on is big fields and I think some bigger prices. We saw a lot of favorites parade into the winner's circle last night. I don't think that's going to be the case through the balance of this evening. But in race 1, I do think the favorite's going to be tough. We'll start with number 1, Final Table. Luis Negron gets the call in this Oaklawn Park Invader. Well bred for the distance of 1 mile, has tried one route race It was against tougher competition, didn't show much that day. Haven't seen a lot from this horse. The speed of the race, I think, is clearly going to be the 2-horse Kepasa Mufasa. Jermaine Bridgman gets the call for Mac Robertson, who takes the blinkers off. Look at the horse out here in the paddock. Looks fantastic. Great looking coat, good energy. The ears are up. If you're new to this game, take a look at number 2 right now. That's what you want to see in a horse when they come out in the paddock. Under control, but clearly having some good energy. And to me, the coat is everything. We've got some sunshine here in Shakopee, and you can see that sun banking right off the coat of Kepasa Mufasa, who is super fast early. I think Bridgman gets the lead and can wire these with veritable ease. Number 3 is Timber Lady. Lara gets the mount here. And this is a horse, another one in from Oaklawn Park. They got a prep race last time out. Didn't show much there. Back with, I think, favorable competition here. If this horse is right, probably has a touch of closing kick. Taking some money up on the board, but still one of those horses I would use underneath in the exotics. The 4, Delusional Dream. Izzy Hernandez had a great ride last night on the one long shot that did come in. It was a $45 horse, and he gave that horse a perfect trip. This horse holds the key to the pace because the 2, the favorite, looks like Lone Speed. This 4, though, has enough early lick to keep that horse company. We'll see what Izzy decides to do out of the gate. But, again, what a ride that was last night by him. 5 is Game of Inches. Harry Hernandez, the new shooter in the saddle, in from Turf Paradise. He's had a brilliant 2021, 2022. This guy can ride him up fair and square. Great to have him in Shakopee. Another Oaklawn Park invader, so has faced much tougher competition. We call this the ship and dip because they bring this horse in and take a big drop in class. Has faced better. 5, like the 2, making a very nice impression in the paddock. Good energy from Game of Inches. And the outside horse is Left of Center. Now, 0 for 15 is pesky for this Minnesota bred, but the connections are rock solid. Bernal Roan, Alonzo Quinones, horse looks great in the paddock. And if the 2 and the 4 hook up, and the 2 is vulnerable late, Left of Center should be motoring when they turn for home. Good foundation here. This horse has plenty of experience around 2 turns, including some good turf races. I've got the race 2, 6, and 4. I think the 2 is loose. I think the bigger prices are coming later in the card. This cranks up the pick 4, which I'll get to after the post parade and after the horses come on the track. Good luck here in race number 1. We'll take you through the pick 4 in just a couple minutes.
Hey, Leonard Dykert. Welcome back, Lynn. Canterbury's Bugler. Fast main track. 10% pick 4. A nation low. 5 minutes.
All right, folks, time for the post-time pick 4. And again, it's just a 50-cent bet, lowest takeout in the country at a 10% takeout. It's going to get scary early. Anytime you see a maiden $5,000 race to kick it off and you're singling the favorite, you're going to have to be a little worried here early. But if you can get through this first race singling the favorite and the favorite obliges, now you can spread later. And I think there are some big prices to be had later in this pick 4 sequence. So I'm going to need Que Pasa Mufasa to use that early speed, open up a lead, and never look back here in the first. I will single the favorite in this main race to kick it off. Now we're going to start to spread in race 2, which I think is wide open. It's a field of 8. I've got the 4 horses that I think will contend for the victory, but a couple of these horses are actually going to be a pretty decent price. I like the 2 in the race, but I'm going to use the 2, 3, 4, and 5. They've got, to me, the most consistent form, and you've got some good jockeys, too. You got Quinones, Ruben Fuentes, Izzy Hernandez, and Lindy Wade, last year's champion jockey. So 2, 3, 4, and 5 in the second for me. The toughest race in the early pick 4 sequence for me, no question about it, was the third. We saw a big price in our turf route last night, a 21-1 winner. We'd love to see something similar here. The 5 horses I'm going to use include the 1, King Nate, who figures to go off around 4 or 5-1. Good post inside, should save all the ground. The 4, my top pick in the race, is 10-1 morning line for Tim Padilla with Alonso Quinones. I think that horse is super live. The 7, ultra consistent. I'm a Harley 2, always in the mix with Harry Hernandez. Big shot at victory there. The 9 horse, who's 8-1, Bourbon Tan. And even going to try the 12 horse, Chocolate Ice Cream, with Lindsay. This horse is sneaky, 4 for 7 in the exact on the Canterbury turf. And then to close out the pick 4, in race 4, another one of those tough races at 5 furlongs, I'm going to use the 1, the 2, and the 5. I think the 2 is no question the horse to beat, but hasn't raced since March. I'm going to back that up with the 1, Faded Memories, and the 5, Sailing Along. Need to survive in leg 1 with my 2. We've got coverage after that. It is the 50-cent pick 4, the post-time pick 4 with the lowest takeout in the industry at 10%. You've still got time to get your pick 4 bets in as the horses are approaching the gate. I'll be out in the paddock for race number 2 to take you through that. Good luck with all your wagering and enjoy racing from beautiful Canterbury Park tonight.
And the horses are arriving at the starting gate. It's post time for the post time pick 4 and a nation low 10% takeout. Race number 1 with no scratches. We're fast and firm at Canterbury Park this late afternoon. And the first favorite is Que Pasa Mufasa. With one left to load, it is left of center. Live music on the grandstand apron. A bountiful set of options for food and beverage throughout the plant. And 9 live for you. And here they are. And they're racing. Que Pasa Mufasa. Right out to the early lead. Delusional Dream is keeping up with the favorite in the early stages, and it's Que Pasa Mufasa putting the pedal to the metal and attempting to run away, but now is badgered by Game of Inches, who has taken the lead in the race 1 game by inches, and in fact pulls away by a length and a half, make it 2, 3/4 of a mile to go, 5, 2, 4, 6, 1, 3, and they're covered by 9. Up the barn side, Game of Inches and Harry Hernandez 2, racing well off the inside. Que Pasa Mufasa in second, prohibitively favored. Delusional Dream watches from 4 out of it. Then it's another 3 back to left of center. Then we come to Final Table, who's the second to last horse, and the one at the tail is Timber Lady, 13 lengths from the front. And the front belongs to Game of Inches at 6-1, trying to pull a bit of an upset. Que Pasa Mufasa within 1, and Bridge Mahan's on the move with the favorite, but having to work hard to join this nickel. 5 lengths clear from left of center. Then it's a big gap back to Final Table, who's running on a tad. Round about the quarter pole, Que Pasa Mufasa attempting to say adios, Game of Inches. Que Pasa Mufasa, perhaps an ever-widening 3. Game of Inches is second. After that is left of center. And then it's Final Table, and they're into the final furlong. And Que Pasa Mufasa has run them into the ground with an insurmountable advantage. It's 2-6-5 in race 1. Que Pasa Mufasa. Number 2, Que Pasa Mufasa first. 2-6-5-1 in the first Thursday at Canterbury Park. Our second day of the 2022 live racing season. The live music between races is provided by Them Pesky Kids. Them Pesky Kids on the Mystic Lake Music Stage. We have live music every Thursday. We also want to welcome a 70th birthday celebration here at Canterbury Park. And we thank our sponsors, Atomic Data, Apple Autos, Bud Light Seltzer, Cutwater, JTR Roofing, Elite Edge James O Productions, Pepsi, Mystic Lake, Think Minnesota Realty, Minnesota Lottery, Loeffler, Quick Trip, and Continental Diamond. First official, $4 for the X, $4.20 for the try. 10-cent superfecta paid nearly $3. Race number 2 at Canterbury Park is provided by Pepsi, the official soft drink provider of Canterbury Park. And in the second race, we stay on a fast main track. No scratches, no rider changes. Welcome to the races. In the winner's enclosure, Kepasa Mufasa and Jermaine Bridgemahan. The winning owner, Hugh Robertson, and the winning trainer, Mac Robertson. The first race winner, Kepasa Mufasa. Race number 2, just 20 minutes from now. Don't get shut out. And 9 live for you. And here they are. And they're racing. Kepasa Mufasa right out to the early lead. Delusional Dream is keeping up with the favorite in the early stages, and it's Kepasa Mufasa putting the pedal to the metal and attempting to run away, but now is badgered by Game of Inches, who has taken the lead in the race 1 game by inches, and in fact pulls away by a length and a half, make it 2, 3/4 of a mile to go, 5, 2, 4, 6, 1, 3, and they're covered by 9. Up the barn side, Game of Inches and Harry Hernandez 2, racing well off the inside. Kepasa Mufasa in second, prohibitively favored. Delusional Dream watches from 4 out of it. Then it's another 3 back to left of center. Then we come to Final Table, who's the second to last horse, and the one at the tail is Timber Lady, 13 lengths from the front, and the front belongs to Game of Inches at 6-1, trying to pull a bit of an upset. Kepasa Mufasa within 1, and Bridgemahan's on the move with the favorite, but having to work hard to join this nickel. 5 lengths clear from left of center. Then it's a big gap back to Final Table, who's running on a tad. Round about the quarter pole, Kepasa Mufasa attempting to say adios, Game of Inches. Kepasa Mufasa, perhaps an ever-widening 3. Game of Inches is second. After that is left of center, and then it's Final Table, and they're into the final furlong, and Kepasa Mufasa has run them into the ground with an insurmountable advantage. It's 2-6-5 in race 1. Que pasa? Mufasa.
Welcome out to the paddock. We get set for race number 2 is Que Pasa Mufasa. Wire to wire virtually in the first race for Mac Robertson. That trainer has won every single year that wins at such a high percentage. Another maiden race here in race 2. Maiden means they haven't yet got their first victory, so a lot of things can happen in a race like this. It's 5.5 furlongs, State Bred Company. We'll take a look at the number 1 horse, who's 35-1 up on the board. Good energy coming out of the saddling enclosure here for Blazing Bluff. One career start against Open Company down in Nebraska at Fauner. Didn't run that badly either. Split the field, finishing 4th, beaten 8 lengths. Not a terrible effort when you consider now we're back in against State Breds. A little surprised by that 35-1. I would think that price would come down the morning line 10-1. My top pick in the race is the 2 Bootleggin' Posse for Tim Padilla. Alonzo Quinones, his go-to guy. I really liked the effort last time out at Will Rogers Downs. Going longer on a big, heavy track. Flash speed. Actually was dueling around the far turn and then slowed down to finish 3rd. Back in with State Bred Company, 2nd off the layoff, and I think the fitness factor, a route race at Will Rogers against Open Company, up on the lead, dueling. Everything tells me that this is go time this time around. 2nd time off the bench, right now at a nice price, 5-2 on Bootleggin' Posse. Number 3 is Shaq's My Daddy. Ruben Fuentes gets the call for Miguel Angel Silva. Hasn't raced since last August. That's the pesky part of the equation. The drop is significant, though. Was facing State Breds at the $40,000 level. Now in for a tag of 15. Silva's a guy that always brings in prices. This is a trainer you want to watch all season long. He will pop at a price. And right now, 7-1. I've got this horse in my pick 4. Absolutely going to use this horse in my trifectas and superfectas. Number 4 is We're In It to Win It. Izzy Hernandez gets the call for Canterbury Hall of Fame trainer Bernal Roan. Tampa shipper in play. This is the 4-year-old Bow. Love the races at Tampa. Love the bullet drill. Has a touch of early speed. Oops, the daisies. And, yeah, this horse should be up near the lead. Looks good down here in the paddock. Good coat, good energy. And I think the 4 is absolutely one of the key contenders here at 7-2. 5 is Holding Tight. Maybe the speed of the race. Fans are diving in big time here. 9-5 for Holding Tight. Troy Bethke, the conditioner. Lindy Wade, our champion jockey from last year. Layoff the only question. I love the workouts. I love the natural speed. Has raced primarily against better competition. And another horse that looks great. There's some dappling there. Healthy looking coat. Love the energy. I'm a big fan of Troy Bethke. He's got a live one there. And he's got a barn mate right next door, Stillwater Brown, the 6, with Lopez riding here. You get first-time Lasix, you get blinkers, and all the tricks. 7 horse, one of the outsiders here, Halo's Laddie for Sheehan. Last seen at Fauner, hasn't shown much in a couple of starts. And don't forget about Kelsey Har up on the outside with Sir Barnabas. Fauner shipper, 2nd time off the layoff, had a horrendous post last time. The 10 hole at Fauner, you have no chance from that post, and did show speed. I think the 8 is one of those horses that maybe you want to mix into your superfectas. I love the way Kelsey has been riding this year. She was awesome down at Oaklawn Park. Minnesota bred maidens going 5.5 furlongs. They'll be at the gate in about 8. Good luck with all your wagers. Almost got run over there. Oofta.
1 minute. Ladies and gentlemen, honor the sacrifices of military members and enjoy a day at the races next weekend. All veterans and active service members receive free admission Memorial Day weekend. We have no live racing Memorial Day this year, so join us Memorial Day weekend with free admission for veterans and active service members. Hey, happy golden birthday to our buddy Brady Poplar. Happy birthday, big boy. Approaching the gate. Into the gate. It is now post time. Post time for the second race on the second day of the 2022 Canterbury season. Holding tight, holding tightly as the favorite. The 3, Shack's My Daddy, riderless into the gate, and Ruben Fuentes now joins. We are in it to win it, 2-1. Holding tight, 3-2. Bootleg and Posse, 2.5 to 1. Sabanabas, last in. 8 in the gate. Racing. Holding tight, and Lindy Wade gets the first call, joined in kind on the lead by a hard-ridden Holding Tight, actually to the inside of Stillwater Brown, and outside of them is Halo's Laddie, and Holding Tight from 4th to 3rd, second right up to the lead to the inside. After that, Bootleg and Posse on the class drop, full of run into the far turn, nowhere to go. That one's to the inside of We Are In It to Win It, and the first 5 sardined by 3. The 4's checking, and lost a length, maybe 2, overtaken by Blaze and Bluff, and after that, Shack's My Daddy. The one back at the tail is Sir Barnabas, Holding Tight, and Stillwater Brown. The stablemates go 1-2. Outside of that, Bootleg and Posse on the 3 wide side. Holding Tight with a tenuous lead from Stillwater Brown on the wrong lead. Outside of that, Bootleg and Posse 5-2, it's Holding Tight, still holding on tightly, and they cannot confiscate the lead from him. It is 5-2-6 in race 2, Holding Tight first. Number 5, Holden Tight, ran first in 105.26. It is 5-2, 6-1 in the second race at Canterbury Park. Race number 2 is official. That exacta paid $6.40. 10-cent superfecta 147. Dime superfecta $147. Trifecta, chalk all evens. The trifecta 5-2-6 paid $58.40. The first double was favorites filled, 3.5 to 1. The third race takes us to a firm turf course, and that rail is 20 feet out. In the third race, 12 battle. No scratches, no rider changes. And the third race is provided by Cutwater. It's new at Canterbury this year, Cutwater cocktails with a variety of fresh flavors. Everything from lime margarita to Moscow mules. It's the Cutwater Club, track level. Into the winner's enclosure, the maiden breaking Holden Tight and Lindy Wade. Holden Tight is a 4-year-old bay son of Stroll out of Mocha Trist, bred in Minnesota by Wildcat Ranch. Ashley Gilbertson is the winning owner, and the winning trainer, Troy Bethke. We had a claim in race number 2, a claim for $15,000. Number 2, Bootleggin' Posse, tagged by Tony Rengstorff for Wasabi Ventures. And they're racing. Holden Tight, and Lindy Wade gets the first call, joined in kind on the lead by a hard-ridden Holden Tight, actually to the inside of Stillwater Brown, and outside of them is Halo's Laddie and Holden Tight from fourth to third, second right up to the lead to the inside. After that, Bootleggin' Posse on the class drop, full of run into the far turn, nowhere to go. That one's to the inside of We Are In It to Win It, and the first 5 sardined by 3. The four's checking, and lost a length, maybe 2, overtaken by Blaze and Bluff, and after that, Shack's My Daddy. The one back at the tail is Sir Barnabas, Holden Tight, and Stillwater Brown. The stablemates go 1-2. Outside of that, Bootleggin' Posse on the 3 wide side. Holden Tight with a tenuous lead from Stillwater Brown on the wrong lead. Outside of that, Bootleggin' Posse, 5-2. It's Holden Tight still holding on tightly, and they cannot confiscate the lead from him. It is 5-2-6 in race 2. Holden Tight first.
guys up to? He's gonna do his power play bit up in the studio. So he'll be back for the next one. Hello again from the paddock. Angela, not Kevin this time, as Kevin's power play is coming up right after this paddock. We'll move over to the turf for race number 3. This one's coming up with a very full cast, so we'll get right to it. It's split kind of right down the middle with horses who have tried this turf course and horses who have not. This is where things broke open last night from a pace or from a price standpoint. Kind of looks the same way on the board right now. Nobody really taking a whole bunch of money to be the definitive favorite in this field. We start with the one on the inside, King Nate. He's 10-1 off a 92 morning line. If you like this horse, you have to be very pleased with how the wagering is going thus far. Never touched this turf course, but has only touched the turf overall one time. He has a good pedigree to take to any sort of surface, though, any kind of going, and King Nate has a closing style that could probably benefit him in this field, as there is quite a bit of pace on paper. Don't think anyone will shake loose, but Papa Rizzo is sure going to try. That's the route that he took to that win last year on May 18th. It was a very similar spot to this, and if somehow he and Zeke Lara can break loose on the front end, Papa Rizzo pulled a giant upset that day, and he would be a giant upset again at 15-1. War Chest is a selection of one Dave Handeland. If you didn't pick up one of those tip sheets, you should. 3 for 38 lifetime, but 10 pieces underneath. I would prefer to use War Chest in that respect. He is going to have to battle with Papa Rizzo among a couple of others. War Chest right on the pace. Cramden, not so much on the pace, and Cramden is taking a lot of money off that morning line. He is your current 3-1 favorite. Cramden was 10-1 on the morning line, and he's a recent claim for Tim Padilla. Alonso Quinones gets in the saddle. You can see the numbers for those two. They explain themselves. And this horse does have positional speed to get him pretty much wherever Alonso would like him to be in the early running of the race. Smooth Papa comes off a second place finish at Turf Paradise on the dirt sprinting. Whole different set of circumstances today, but Smooth Papa is by Papa Clem, and the majority of his good runners have done well on the turf. Ike is going to make his first start for a new barn as well. That's Tony Rengstorff. Tony Rengstorff takes over on Ike. 20-1 morning line has parlayed itself into 18-1 currently, and Ike should be another pace presence. And there are a lot of those in here, including I'm a Harley 2, the one that opened up as your favorite next door. The Minnesota bred looks to add a 4th win on this turf course, and I'm a Harley 2 is a versatile sort of runner, but he seems to prefer being close to the front end. Harry Hernandez will hop aboard him for the first time, and he looks to go 5 for 20 on his lifetime. I would probably think that 4-1 would be what he'll be at the gate, but we find out in about 9 minutes. Andreas to his outside is Cody Rosine's charge in here. Andreas will get back to the turf course for the first time since December. He should get the pace that he wants to run at. Been a little bit off form lately, but maybe he'll like this new setting as he does come out of some salty claimers at Oaklawn Park. Bourbon Tan has been sprinting recently on the turf. That didn't work out so well, so they'll stretch him back out in distance and drop him in class. Those fairgrounds turf races get a little contentious, and Bourbon Tan should appreciate the relief that he sees in this spot. It's a Boy also has 4 lifetime wins, just to his outside, but hasn't run since September. The 10 post makes things difficult, but you will get 9-1 if you do fancy this one. The Beth Barn looks to go back-to-back with Days of Glory, number 11. Lindy Wade will be aboard this one, too, just like Holden Tight when they teamed up for the win in the second. Days of Glory, currently on the board at 25-1, is another long shot in the field, just like the outside runner, Chocolate Ice Cream. Chocolate Ice Cream has run very well over this turf course in the past, though. You can see 4 for 7 in the top 2. Maybe he'll need this one, as he hasn't been out since November, but Chocolate Ice Cream should get the pace scenario that he prefers as well. You'll see him late. If you see him at all, maybe we'll give him this one. I ended up on the 4. A lot of us ended up on the 4, Cramden in this spot. We'll hope that 3-1 goes up, but we will find out how this thing shakes out in about 8 minutes. Expect some prices. Good luck. Kevin's power play is coming up next. Stay tuned.
Lynn Dykert's call to the post brings the runners onto the racetrack and subsequently the firm turf course for race number 3. Big field, no scratches. That rail is at 20 feet.
Kevin Gorg up here in the press box getting ready for our power play of the day. It happens later on the card, race 6, within the pick 5. So you're going to want to pay attention now because if you're building pick 5 tickets, this horse will be a big part of that set equation as we get ready for that late pick 5, which starts here in a couple of races. The power play is going to happen with race 6, number 4, North Arm Bay. Troy Bethke and Lindy Wade just teamed up for a win earlier on the card. And here's the race I want to isolate from last season. It's a stakes race. This is still a maiden facing horses that have yet to win a race. And this horse took on one of the best horses we've seen as a 2-year-old at Canterbury in many years, Love the Nest. Now, Love the Nest is the horse with the red jockey helmet and the familiar blue Lothenbach jacket. This is a horse that's already come back this year and beat Tough Company in Chicago at Hawthorne Park. What I want you to do, though, is watch the horse back here. North Arm Bay. This is the horse in the pink silks with the aqua stripe. Again, a maiden taking on Stakes Company at $100,000 level. Tonight, nothing close to that in this maiden sprint at 5.5 furlongs. Love the workouts for Troy Bethke. And what you're going to see right now is right there, Love the Nest. That top 2-year-old is taking care of business on the front end. They're going to finish this race in a snappy 1:10-1. That's racehorse time. Now, our horse is still back here trying to unwind from the back of the pack. Very difficult to do for 2-year-olds. Now you have some seasoning, right? We have the workouts in play. We have Troy Bethke with Lindy Wade, a combination that struck gold tonight. Watch the way this horse finishes up. Now we know the horse on the front end is going to win. We know Love the Nest is a monster, and they're going to go 1:10-1. In a 10-horse field at 62-1, watch the way North Arm Bay closes here. Right now in 4th, now in 3rd, going to get 2nd. Unbelievable closing kick. Tonight, the pace will be there. You see the racing line. You see the workouts right down here. That's the key. Lindy Wade gets the call. Last year's champion jockey. Troy Bethke might have a tell here early in the meet. Just had him in that winner's circle last race. Keep an eye on that one tonight. Race 6, number 4, charging late, North Arm Bay.
They're at the starting gate, and it's post time. The first turf race tonight, day 2 at Canterbury. A field of 12. A couple in here at 7-2, disputing favoritism. But now, Minnesota and I'm a Harley 2 is 3-1 and favored. Cramden 4-1. War Chest 4.5-1. The first turf race of the season last evening went to a 21-1 shot. This is an upset-laden turf course and always has been. Here's Ike wheeling into the gate. Smooth Papa unseats Negron, but now he's back on. Last in, chocolate ice cream. Turf time. Racing. Good starts for everybody but Cramden, who had to pinch back to last. And Papa Rizzo takes the lead with 1 lap to go. Papa trying to make the other 11 say uncle. After that, Bourbon Tan on the stretch out is attempting to cling to Papa Rizzo. After that, the 5, Smooth Papa, in very, very tightly. Just had to check a bit to the inside of Days of Glory, looking to win 2 in a row. And Smooth Papa here from the Valley of the Sun, a bit high-headed in rank and wants to go in third. 7 lengths clear from War Chest. 5th, and about 7 lengths out of it as the pace picks up the barn side. 5 lengths behind that to I'm a Harley 2. That's a Minnesotan to be joined by Chocolate Ice Cream. That's to the outside. King Nate to the inside. Then we come back to It's a Boy. That one's 13 lengths from the lead and joined by Andreas. Andreas is cruising up to the inside, running by Ike, and way back in last is Cramden. Off the far turn, it's Paparizzo leading it from Bourbon Tan. They are now 5 clear from Days of Glory. Then it's another 5 back to War Chest, who's an on-charging War Chest, but 8 lengths out of it, and still nothing from Cramden. Cramden still desperately last, and Paparizzo at 11-1 trying to trigger an upset. Paparizzo leads it from Days of Glory. After that, Bourbon Tan, who's come up pale. Now on the outside, King Nate is charging. Here's King Nate from Paparizzo. 1 and 2, AC-doocy. Pay that one at the wire at 9-1. Upsets all over this turf course. Photo finish and 2 claims. Photo finish and 2 claims. Photo signs down. Numbers look like 1, 2, 11, 3. The winner, King Nate, was claimed by trainer Lynn Rarick for owner Joel Sandstrom. And the fourth place finisher, War Chest, tagged by Carl Broberg for Rocket Wrench Racing. King Nate wins for the third time in 2022, and for the first time in his turf career, he's in the winner's enclosure with Luis Fuentes. King Nate is owned by End Zone Athletics and trained by Carl Broberg. King Nate completed the course in 135.15. Exacta Big, 158.90 for a buck. Superfecta Bigger, 2,647 for a dime. First pick 3 today, $20 and change. 50-cent trifecta, 1,766. 1,766 for the odds all 11. Now we come to the fourth race. Back to a fast main track. And we have no scratches. Race 4 provided by Jim Beam. 4 years of aging in newly charred American white oak barrels makes Jim Beam bourbon elegant, smooth, and refined. We serve Jim Beam here at Canterbury. And if you want to bring a party to Canterbury Park, we will provide the fun. Reunions, corporate functions, unique indoor and outdoor spaces available. CanterburyPark.com for details. Fourth race, 20 minutes from now. Turf time. And they're racing. Good starts for everybody but Cramden, who had to pinch back to last. And Papa Rizzo takes the lead with 1 lap to go. Papa trying to make the other 11 say uncle. After that, Bourbon Tan on the stretch out is attempting to cling to Papa Rizzo. After that, the 5, Smooth Papa, in very, very tightly. Just had to check a bit to the inside of Days of Glory, looking to win 2 in a row. And Smooth Papa here from the Valley of the Sun, a bit high-headed in rank and wants to go in third. 7 lengths clear from War Chest. 5th and about 7 lengths out of it as the pace picks up the barn side. 5 lengths behind that to I'm a Harley 2. That's a Minnesotan to be joined by Chocolate Ice Cream. That's to the outside. King Nate to the inside. Then we come back to It's a Boy. That one's 13 lengths from the lead and joined by Andreas. Andreas is cruising up to the inside, running by Ike, and way back in last is Cramden. Off the far turn, it's Paparizzo leading it from Bourbon Tan. They are now 5 clear from Days of Glory. Then it's another 5 back to War Chest, who's an on-charging War Chest, but 8 lengths out of it, and still nothing from Cramden. Cramden still desperately last, and Paparizzo at 11-1 trying to trigger an upset. Paparizzo leads it from Days of Glory. After that, Bourbon Tan, who's come up pale. Now on the outside, King Nate is charging. Here's King Nate from Paparizzo. 1 and 2, AC-doocy. Pay that one at the wire at 9-1. Upsets all over this turf course.
Welcome back to the paddock. Kevin Gorg with you as we get set for race number 4. Big upset on the turf. We saw one last night at 21-1. You're not going to get Carl Broberg at 9-1 very often, but that trainer who wins everywhere for size just paid $21. Heady Ride 2 by Luis Fuentes coming from off the pace. The pace was hot on the front end. Something had to give in the stretch. If you're live in the pick 4, the prices were just up on the board, looking pretty good. If you're there, I'm alive to the 1, 2, and 5 for that ticket we did before race number 1. Let's take a look at the 1 here. Faded Memories with Lindy Wade gets the call here for the Flores gang. In from Lone Star. We don't get a lot of shippers in from Texas, but this one last time out on the turf, facing some tough $25,000 now-winners of 3 lifetime company, has a touch of closing kick when right, should get a great trip-saving ground. In fact, if you go back a couple of starts, last time this horse was entered on dirt, 5.5 furlongs, so similar trick there, 65 buyer figure, one of the top in here. Absolutely a contender at a square 5-1. My top pick in the race is the Deuce. I like Miss Glorious here. I think she's got the best speed, and I like Luis Negron. He did an awesome job on the turf last night getting a horse home for Nevada Litvin. This horse looks good in the paddock, good-looking gray, steely energy, good-looking coat, and off for a little while here. Hasn't raced since March, so a little bit of a freshening for this gray 4-year-old filly. She's got the best speed. She'll need to get loose. I'll trust Luis Negron to take them all the way. Number 3 is What Now, My Love. Kelsey Haar gets the call here. Another horse in from Sam Houston, so another Texas invader. Big-time troubled trip last time. Was steadied badly. You can draw a line through that race. Has some early speed, probably out there along with the 2 on the front end. Number 4 is Wildly Dramatic. Harry Hernandez gets the call for Mike Beeler. Remington shipper off since a little before Christmas, back in mid-December. I love the workout pattern. I trust the trainer. The morning line says 8-1. I get a great jockey and 13-1. Interesting horse if you're going to put together a trifecta or superfecta. Sailing Along is the 5. On paper, looks like the horse to beat. Has the best figures. Has a great trainer in Francisco Bravo. Ruben Fuentes gets the call. Second time off the layoff. This is a Minnesota bred, so again, facing open company, but has faced better competition. Sailing Along has, I think, the best chance to get the victory if somebody dares go with the 2. If the 2 is loose, it's going to be tough. If they get up there and challenge the 2 early, the 5 is going to be rolling late. 6 is in the Misty Moonlight. This horse in from Nebraska, good stalking speed and an attack post at 22-1. 7 is Big Blue Note. Lopez gets the call here for Chip Woolley, in from Arizona, more early speed. And on the outside is Hot August Storm. Jermaine Bridgemahan gets the call for Miguel Jimenez, in from Arizona, off since February. And again, another horse that figures to get a stalking trip. I like the way the 8 showed good energy and a healthy coat down here in the ring. Excellent race, just 5 furlongs. You can tell by the betting, looks wide open. If you're alive in the pick 4, good luck with your tickets. And don't forget, the pick 5 is on deck. It's a 50-cent bet in race 5. It's the 10% takeout, lowest in the country. I'll be upstairs to take you through a ticket, and you got to get those bets in now because there's a lot of money at stake. Good luck here in the 4th.
They're at the gate. It's post time. Good luck if you are alive in the post-time pick 4 with a nation low 10% takeout. Closing it here with race 4. And the pick 5 also with a 10% takeout. Lowest in horse racing begins race 5. Hot August Storm has gone in. We are ready to sprint. And they're racing, and they've broken a line. What now, my love? Gets the first call, pops out of the gate speedily, and is joined by Big Blue Note. Big Blue Note to the outside, and inside of that is Miss Glorious, and we have 3 abreast with 3.5 to go. Tracking behind them is Wildly Dramatic, making the 2022 debut, and Hot August Storm is taking a trip on the wide side. Between them is In the Misty Moonlight, after that Faded Memories, and sailing along at 3-1 on the class drop, sailing along in last but beginning to move in, and sailing along is On the Move. 3/16 of a mile to go, and up top we have 2 slugging it out. Outside it is Miss Glorious, inside it is Wildly Dramatic, and sailing along continues to sail along sweetly to the inside. Outside of that Faded Memories, but Wildly Dramatic at 7-1 has beaten them. Wildly Dramatic first. 4-5-1 in race 4. Number 4, Wildly Dramatic ran first. 4-5-1-2 in race 4. 57.88 the final time. Results unofficial. Hold 'em all. Official. $20.40 for the exacta. $142.50 for the double from race 3. Superfecta paid nearly $10. That pick 4 with the 10% takeout, $213. Trifecta, $24.95. And race number 5 begins the Canterbury Park pick 5. We do so on the upset-laden turf course, which is firm. Scratch numbers 13 and 14. Pick 5 time about 22 minutes from now. And the winner's enclosure, Wildly Dramatic and Harry Hernandez. Winning owners, Fun of It Partners, and the winning trainer, Mike Beeler. Ladies and gentlemen, don't miss the Canterbury Park Seltzer Fest. It is June 11th. Belmont Stakes Day, and sample your way to more than 100 variations of seltzer. Belmont Stakes Day and Seltzer Fest at Canterbury Park. It is June 11th. And they're racing, and they've broken a line. What now, my love? Gets the first call, pops out of the gate speedily, and is joined by Big Blue Note. Big Blue Note to the outside, and inside of that is Miss Glorious. And we have 3 abreast with 3.5 to go. Tracking behind them is Wildly Dramatic, making the 2022 debut. And Hot August Storm is taking a trip on the wide side. Between them is In the Misty Moonlight, after that Faded Memories, and sailing along at 3-1 on the class drop, sailing along in last but beginning to move in, and sailing along is On the Move. 3/16 of a mile to go, and up top we have 2 slugging it out. Outside it is Miss Glorious, inside it is Wildly Dramatic, and sailing along continues to sail along sweetly to the inside. Outside of that Faded Memories, but Wildly Dramatic at 7-1 has beaten them. Wildly Dramatic first. 4-5-1 in race 4. is second. After that is left of center, and then it's final table, and they're into the final furlong. And Kepasa Mufasa has run them into the ground with an insurmountable advantage. It's 2-6-5 in race one. Kepasa Mufasa. Stillwater Brown on the wrong lead. Outside of that, Bootlegging Posse, 5 and 2. It's holding tight, still holding on tightly, and they cannot confiscate the lead from him. It is 5-2-6 in race two. Holding tight first. From Cramden still desperately last, and Paparizzo at 11-1 trying to trigger an upset. Paparizzo leads it from Days of Glory. After that, Bourbon Tan, who's come up pale. Now on the outside, King Nate is charging. Here's King Nate from Paparizzo. 1 and 2, AC Doocy. Pay that one at the wire at 9-1. Upsets all over this turf course. Sixteenths of a mile to go, and up top we have two slugging it out. Outside it is Miss Glorious, inside it is Wildly Dramatic, and sailing along, continues to sail along sweetly to the inside. Outside of that, Faded Memories, but Wildly Dramatic at 7-1 has beaten them. Wildly Dramatic first.
It's time to put a face to all those winners that you see in the Star Trib. We are out here at the exact halfway point of our card. The fifth race is now 10 or 11 minutes away, and I am lucky enough to be joined by Jay Litza. Thank you for coming out here to join me. We want to introduce you to all your adoring public. Tell us a little bit about your background here at Canterbury, your background with the Strib, and who you like in this race, because I think that you're heavily influencing the win pool right now.
I've been coming out since '86. Been a loyal fan, handicapper for all these years. I've been doing the Strib. This will be my second year, so a little new to it. So open to feedback if everybody has anything to say. But I landed on the 12 here, Edgy Reggie. Won here twice last year. Had a couple bad trips in the races he didn't win, and I know Tony Ringsdorf has him ready to go early. So again, number 12, Edgy Reggie.
Yeah, it's a lot of solid angles, and a lot of people agree with you, obviously. 3-1 on the board right now. If people don't get the Star Trib, if they don't subscribe to it online, you should. But where else can they get your thoughts on the races and other things?
Yeah, I put my picks on the Canterbury website, and then you can see them before the race. But and again, if you see me in the crowd and want to talk, ask me, questions. I'm all about, teaching people, learn how to handicap. I think it's the greatest sport, greatest endeavor, puzzle in the world. So just, don't be afraid to ask questions.
He is one of the absolute best, and that is some of the best advice you can have. I mean, if you're new to this, ask any of us. We will try to help you as much as we can to put some money in your pocket and have a good time out here. This is one of those races that sets the stage for that very thing. It is the beginning of our 50-cent pick five. Remember, that is a low 10% takeout wager. Kevin has put together a ticket for you that he'll be discussing coming up soon. They are circling around here. We have 12 of them. Not going to have time to get through everybody. Please take out the 13 and 14. The also eligibles, Delft Blue and Here Comes the Hammer, are out of this one. He selects Edgy Reggie. And in this one, I ended up right in the middle of the field. I ended up on Light Cruiser from the Clinton Stewart barn. Harry Hernandez looks to put wins back to back. And this one might be in the same neighborhood price-wise. He's 5-1 on the board right now. He'll need a little bit of pace to run at. He should get it in this field. I mean, just by virtue of it being a 12-horse field. That's how I see it. 7-4-1. Your 7-2 favorite, though, is going to be all the way on the outside under Lindy Wade. That is Edgy Reggie as they head out to the track. Remember, this is the beginning of the pick five. You can do pick threes, doubles, supers, tries, exactas, all kinds of wagering options in this fifth race. It'll go off in about 9 minutes, but stay tuned. Kevin Gorg's pick five is coming up and coming at you next.
Pick 5 time at Canterbury Park. 10% takeout, lowest in horse racing. Firm turf course for race number 5 that rails at 20 feet. Scratch numbers 13 and 14. About 5 minutes.
All right, Canterbury fans, time for that big 10% takeout late pick 5 starts in race 5. We've seen back-to-back big prices, 9-1, then 7-1, and I think we're going to get some opportunities for some value and prices here once again in our turf. We're going to go 7.5 furlongs to start the pick 5. I've got a $60 ticket that I've built here, and we're going to need 5 horses to get through this leg. We'll start with number 1, Joe Phillips. I love the post. I love the natural speed. I think Carlo Lopez will have this horse in a great spot. Been kind of hovering around 5 or 6-1 throughout the betting here, and the 1 is going to be the key to my race. It's my top pick in this race. I'm also going to use the 2 here, who's in my eyes very sneaky. This is Tour of the World. Bridgman gets the call for Valerie Lund. I like the Tampa turf horses when they come to Canterbury. This horse is fit, and this horse is double digits. I'm also going to use the 7, Light Cruiser. This horse has been nibbling of late, but we get Harry Hernandez, who's off the schneid at Canterbury. I like the 9, Turn the Switch, as another long shot. Mac Robertson has this horse. You don't get Mac at a price very often, but we do here. And I don't love the post, but I sure like the way edgy Reggie looked warming up here, coming onto the track. So I will go 1, 2, 7, 9, 12 in a wide open version of the 5th. I'm going to limit it to just 2 horses in race 6. The speed of the race is the 1, Deputy Law, and my power play is the closer, North Arm Bay. Just the 1 and the 4 in race 6. Moving on to the 7th, another turf race, another race where I think you got to get deep. I'll go with the 1, A Rose and Wine, who's got great speed, posted nicely from the inside. I'll use the 7 horse, Bounty of Gold. This horse, to me, I think will be 5 or 6-1 in from Turf Paradise with more natural foot. I'll use the 8, I Am the Boss, with Quinones for Padilla, Gulfstream Park Invader, and the 9, Lyrical. Super sneaky here at 12-1 in the morning line. 1, 7, 8, 9 in race 7. In the 8th, I go 2, 10, and 11. Another race where I think you're going to have to spread a little bit. Stone Arch Bridge, the 2 with Lindy Wade. Honey Bella for Mac Robertson, the 10, and my top pick is the 11, Stylin' and Profilin', 2, 10, and 11. And if we're still alive and we've got some value, we're going to try to single in the last leg, and we're going to single a horse that's going to be 4 or 5-1. In the 9th, I'm going to single Scary at Canterbury. Harry Hernandez for Silva. This horse has not raced since March, but has the speed to control the race. So I'm going to single the 1 in race 9. It's a $60 ticket. Get your bets in now. It's a 10% takeout. It's a pick 5 that could pay hundreds, maybe even thousands tonight. It's wide open. They're approaching the gate. Don't get shut out.
They've reached the gate. It's post time.
I got the 11, but I gotta wait till the 5 gets in.
One out now. Minnesotan Edgy Reggie off a layoff.
Back in the 6.
Two back, actually. Elusive Freud, the only in the race, making a turf debut. Light Cruiser 3-1. Joe Phillips 3.5-1. Packed house for race 5. Pick 5 time. Good luck. There racing in the Irving Anderson Classic. And Turn the Switch turns up the heat on the early speed, and it's Turn the Switch flashing speed with Whiskey Plank attempting to leave them punch drunk. And the early pace between the leading three quite hot. 5, 6, and 9 slug it out, and Whiskey Plank to the inside pulls clear by a half. After that, right behind the leaders is Joe Phillips, sequestered 3 lengths from the front and to the inside of Where'd the Day Go. After that, we have Twilight Liaison and Miss Har moving up but very wide around the turn to the outside of Violin Maker, and they're only about 3 lengths from the front as the pace slows down. Then we come to Minnesotan Edgy Reggie, the 10 checking badly. Violin Maker not making sweet music, checking badly to the outside of Light Cruiser, and that 10 still uncomfortable but now settles down. After that, we come to Shinborough, and the one at the tail is Tour of the World, and the one up top is Whiskey Plank, still leading, trying to go wire to wire, and Whiskey Plank at 6-1 means business at the top of the stretch. After that, it is Joe Phillips, and outside of Joe Phillips is Turn the Switch, and on the far outside, Mr. Cougar. Now Joe Phillips attacks the leader and takes the lead, and Joe Phillips kicks on sweetly. It is Joe Phillips from Whiskey Plank. After that, Mr. Cougar battling it out with Turn the Switch, but there's no turning back for Joe Phillips, winning sweetly at 4.5-1. Number 1, Joe Phillips ran first, 1:5:49. 128.89 the running time, and the results are unofficial. The 5th race is cashable, $75.70 for the exacta trifecta, paid nearly $700 for 50 cents. Another big superfecta, $823 for a dime. And the pick three paid $392.92 and 20 cents. Big payoffs, big fields, big league racing on this turf course at Canterbury Park. We go back to the main track for race 6. We have no scratches and we have no rider changes. Final pick 4 this evening is about 20 minutes from now. Pepsi is the official soft drink provider of Canterbury Park. We also thank Continental Diamond for 2022 sponsorship. And don't forget to spend Father's Day weekend with us here at Canterbury. We have a big barbecue Father's Day festival June 18th and 19th. Live racing both days with barbecue, racing, and fun. Father's Day weekend right out here at the park. Joe Phillips takes down the little buddy for his second victory this season and is in the winner's enclosure with Carlo Lopez. Joe Phillips is owned by Gray Oak Stables and the winning trainer, Miss Carrie Raven. And they're racing in the Irving Anderson Classic. And Turn the Switch turns up the heat on the early speed. And it's Turn the Switch flashing speed with Whiskey Plank attempting to leave them punch drunk. And the early pace between the leading three quite hot. 5, 6, and 9 slug it out. And Whiskey Plank to the inside pulls clear by a half. After that, right behind the leaders is Joe Phillips, sequestered 3 lengths from the front and to the inside of Where'd the Day Go. After that, we have Twilight Liaison and Miss Har moving up but very wide around the turn to the outside of Violin Maker. And they're only about 3 lengths from the front as the pace slows down. Then we come to Minnesotan Edgy Reggie, the 10 checking badly. Ooh, Violin Maker not making sweet music, checking badly to the outside of Light Cruiser. And that 10 still uncomfortable but now settles down. After that, we come to Shinborough, and the one at the tail is Tour of the World. And the one up top is Whiskey Plank, still leading, trying to go wire to wire. And Whiskey Plank at 6-1 means business at the top of the stretch. After that, it is Joe Phillips. And outside of Joe Phillips is Turn the Switch. And on the far outside, Mr. Cougar. Now Joe Phillips attacks the leader and takes the lead. And Joe Phillips kicks on sweetly. It is Joe Phillips from Whiskey Plank. After that, Mr. Cougar battling it out with Turn the Switch, but there's no turning back for Joe Phillips, winning sweetly at 4.5-1.
Well, we had favorites dominate last night. Tonight, though, we've seen some nice upsets. 3 straight races with some square numbers. 9-1, 7-1, and now 9-2. Joe Phillips on the turf. Heady ride from Carlo Lopez. Turf racing all about saving ground and energy. He did a great job of both, and he gets rewarded with a win at 9-2. Minnesota Maiden Special Weight Company here, traveling 5.5 furlongs. And here they are. Number 1 is the speedy Deputy Law. Carlo Lopez looks to go back-to-back in the saddle for trainer Mike Beeler. This horse exits some fast races last year. The layoff, the question mark for me, off since August. I love the workouts, and boy, do I love the way Deputy Law is looking down here, coming out of the saddling enclosure. I love the coat. The energy is there. And at 10-1, a horse that's on my radar, no doubt about it. Number 2 is Mr. D's Legend. Ruben Fuentes gets the call here. This is now a 5-year-old, salty competitor that should be making some noise later in the race. And there is some speed. The question, of course, is the 5.5 furlongs. Is that enough ground? But lots of racing experience. So look for that horse to come charging late. Number 3, Mark of Valor. In from Tampa Bay, flashed some speed against Open Company last time. That's a tough race that this horse exits. Could be a pace factor, no doubt about it. Here's my top pick in the race, number 4, North Arm Bay. Now, this horse last seen last year against Stakes Company. And as we talked about in our Power Play video presentation, ran against a horse named Love the Nest. Now, Love the Nest is one of the strongest 2-year-olds we've seen out here in a long time. This horse was chasing from far back. The 5.5 furlongs, to me, is the hardest part of the equation. If this was 6 or 6.5, I think this horse would be a lock. At 5.5, this horse is going to have to make up a lot of ground in the stretch. I think the fractions will be honest, and I think North Arm Bay has a real nice future. We'll see if tonight is win number 1. The 5 is Dakota Knight. Laura gets the call here. Again, another horse that's flashed some speed. That's the theme. There's a lot of horses that have early lick. Not sure the horse can stick around for the entire process, but should be alacritive early. 6 is Kovacs. Harry Hernandez gets the call off the layoff. Good workouts for the Silva Gang. I mentioned earlier the Silva Gang can bring in some prices in those exotics. I've got the horse in my Superfecta box. 7 is Dynometer. Hold on, Mac Robertson at 9-1 on the betting board. This happens as often as the sun eclipses. So, again, on the trainer alone and the connections with Sharon's riding, his go-to guy, you have to give this horse at least a look. The horse makes a great impression here in the pack. The 7 looks outstanding warming up here. Number 8, first time gelding, Don't Box Me In. Lothenbach Stables, one of the top owners in the Midwest. Another good-looking horse. Like the 1 horse, figures to be out front early. The 2 that bookend this field figure to be out there winging it. We'll see who gets the better of that battle. We'll see if North Arm Bay can come charging from the back of the pack. The late pick 4, again, another 50-cent bet. The pick 4 starts right here. Minnesota-bred maidens traveling 5.5 furlongs. They'll be at the gate in 8. Get your bets in now.
The field is now on track for race number 6, set to go to post in 6 minutes. This is a 5.5 furlong maiden special weight for Minnesota-bred males. Purse $35,000, wagering options, win, place, show, exacta trifectas, 10-cent supers, dollar doubles, 50-cent pick threes, and the late 50-cent pick four. No rider changes, no scratches. Your 7-5 favorite on screen now, North Arm Bay, with 5 minutes to post. It is late pick four time, so it's time to take an angle with it and put together a ticket. We'll try to get you a winner in these last 4 races, and contentious ones they are, but we're going to start off right here in the 6th with an angle of an older horse taking on some of his younger counterparts, and the 4-year-old on the rail, Deputy Law, is making his 4th lifetime start, and he's facing off against 5 3-year-olds to his outside. Now, this horse showed serious speed last season, and even though he had a set of different circumstances thrown at him like mud and like an inside post and speed duels, Deputy Law ran sneaky good in his first 3 starts lifetime, and we're going to take a look at one of those now. This is his lifetime past performance. You can see he started out late a little bit in his 3-year-old year on July 1st, moved along on August 15th to the race that we're about to look at, and he ran a very impressive 3rd that day. Now showing on screen is the backstretch run all the way to the finish. The 6 on the inside at 36-1 is Deputy Law, the aforementioned horse. Take a look at this horse as he's shrugging off the horses to his outside. Now, he has gone very quick, as you can see through the opening quarter. 21-3 is the opening fraction that he posted, and he managed to shrug off the horses to his outside. If you notice the 4 behind him, you might have recognized him from the winner's circle earlier today. That was Holden Tight. He shrugged off Holden Tight. He shrugged off a couple of others, but JJ's Wildcat made a good run up the inside and managed to catch this horse in the closing yards. Now, the horse that ran second in this race, Natural Chill, also came back to break his maiden on a slight dip into maiden claimers. Now, Deputy Law has been working out at Remington Park for Mike Beeler. He has 9 works like clockwork. They're tough. They're 5/8 moves, and this horse looks primed to make a much improved effort in his first start at the age of 4. That's the angle for today. Deputy Law in this race right now is at 8-1, looking to take these all the way on the front end and perhaps show his young counterparts to his outside a thing or two on the front end. Now, that leads into the ticket that we have, and I tried to narrow things down, but I couldn't find a single in the sequence. I ended up going too deep here. If somebody does manage to go with Deputy Law on the inside, Kevin's choice, North Arm Bay, makes a lot of sense in this spot, and North Arm Bay is taking all of the money. As you can see right now, your 3-2 favorite is North Arm Bay. He's going to make his first start as a 3-year-old. Lindy Wade looks for another win on the card. He almost got this horse home a couple of times last year, and the most notable name in his past performance is Love the Nest. If he is the yardstick that you measure this generation by, North Arm Bay was the closest to him in the Northern Lights Futurity. Going along to race number 8, I stuck to the outside actually for the next couple of legs. This one is going to be 5 furlongs on the turf, and though they do get helped by 1 scratch, the posts for the 7 Bounty of Gold, the 9 Lyrical, and the 10 Circulo Ganadoras probably won't do enough to help them. I mean, they're going to have to take a little bit of ground loss, but I think that with their differing styles, we have the bases covered with these. My top selection in there was Bounty of Gold, making her first start for Jose Silva Jr. Hopefully we can get about 9-2, something in that neighborhood, but she looks rock solid, and if you can forgive her turf races, which were all back at Golden Gate in her maiden days, Bounty of Gold makes a lot of sense to take that field all the way. We go back to the main track for race number 8. This one is on the dirt for Minnesota breds. And I am a bit biased. You've probably heard this in the past. But Stylin' and Profilin' is the one that I ended up on top. She, too, is employing the same angle as Deputy Law in this race. She is taking on some youngsters who are very impressive, but may not have the foundation to them quite yet. That one Stylin' and Profilin' does. She also raced regularly over the winter. Some of these just go out to the pasture and they don't come back until the spring. But Stylin' and Profilin' has kept herself busy. She has 3 wins out of 23 starts. That's Kevin Gorg, everyone. 9, 10, and 11 for me in race number 9. And in race 10, we bring back another batch of maidens. These ones, the Minnesota bred boys, that go 5.5 furlongs. I ended up with a long shot on top. Honey Superman, couldn't single him, but Honey Superman does have more speed than he's shown. He's had some difficult journeys, some difficult breaks, but if they can put the pieces together with this horse, he has worked much better than he's run, and he could upset the whole apple cart. I took Scary at Canterbury second. He's one to run down, but I hope that Honey Superman can pull off a shocker, and this pick 4 can pay big balloons. We'll find out momentarily. Your 8-5 favorite remains North Arm Bay. I'm going to stick on the inside with Deputy Law. We'll see if the angle proves correct in just 1 minute.
Into the gate, it is now post time. North Arm Bay, 7-5 and favored. This begins the second and final pick 4 today. Best of luck with that. Following today, racing Saturday at 5 p.m. 8 in the gate, Minnesota Maidens, race 6. And they're racing. Bad beginning for Mark of Valor and swift beginning for Dynamometer. Dynamometer is popping out of the gate and showing good speed with Deputy Law to the inside. Between them, Mr. D's Legend, and outside of that, Don't Box Me In. Very wide to not get boxed in, and that 8's on the move. After that, North Arm Bay, about 6 lengths from the front, and to the inside of Kovacs, and the one second last and racing erratically is Dakota Knight. Mark of Valor's a mile out of it. Meanwhile, they're midway through the turn, and it is Deputy Law to the inside of Dynamometer. Outside of that is Don't Box Me In on the 3 wide side. Behind them is North Arm Bay being urged but sneaking through next to the rail. Don't Box Me In with a burst takes the lead. North Arm Bay trying to run down this 8. From the back of the pack, Kovacs is finishing quickly into the final 125. Don't Box Me In at 9-5 from North Arm Bay. Don't Box Me In has done enough to win. 8-4-6 in race 6. Number 8, Don't Box Me In, ran first, 8-4-6-2. In 104.30, Don't Box Me In. Race 6 is official. Trifecta, $10 and change. Top 2 wagering choices went 1-2. 10-cent superfecta paid nearly $10. Double, $38.10. The pick 3 paid $96 and change. That exacta, $6.70. And into the winner's enclosure, it is Don't Box Me In. Couple of victories tonight for Luis Fuentes. The winning trainer, Joel Burnt. The winning owners, Lothenbach Stables, who also bred this speedy 3-year-old in Minnesota. Don't Box Me In is a son of Summer Front from the Street Sense mare, Streaming Fire. We come now to the 7th, but first, we want to thank our sponsors for the 2022 season. They include Apple Autos, Bud Light, JTR Roofing, Loeffler, Think Minnesota Realty, Gallagher, Minnesota, and the Minnesota Lottery, along with Pepsi, Quick Trip, and Continental Diamond. Stop by Bo Diddley's Deli Sandwich Shop. It's open on track level. Delicious subs, salads, soups, and other deli specials from a Twin Cities favorite. It's Bo Diddley's. Open right now. Now in the 7th race, we are 20 minutes from it. Scratch numbers 6, Honey Parade, and 11, Torino. Final turf race, it's Firm. Post time, 8:11 Central. Race 6, and they're racing. Bad beginning for Mark of Valor and swift beginning for Dynamometer. Dynamometer is popping out of the gate and showing good speed with Deputy Law to the inside. Between them, Mr. D's Legend, and outside of that, Don't Box Me In. Very wide to not get boxed in, and that 8's on the move. After that, North Arm Bay, about 6 lengths from the front, and to the inside of Kovacs, and the one second last and racing erratically is Dakota Knight. Mark of Valor's a mile out of it. Meanwhile, they're midway through the turn, and it is Deputy Law to the inside of Dynamometer. Outside of that is Don't Box Me In on the 3 wide side. Behind them is North Arm Bay being urged but sneaking through next to the rail. Don't Box Me In with a burst takes the lead. North Arm Bay trying to run down this 8. From the back of the pack, Kovacs is finishing quickly into the final 125. Don't Box Me In at 9-5 from North Arm Bay. Don't Box Me In has done enough to win. 8-4-6 in race 6.
All right, getting set for the final 3 races of the night. We love our turf sprints at Canterbury. This is another good one. Couple of scratches, take out the 6, take out the 11. Here they come. We'll start with number 1, a Rose and Wine. Minnesota bred draws the inside post here. Loves this turf course at Canterbury. 3 starts on it, 2 wins and a second. And on the board right now at 3-1. This horse should get a great trip either on or near the lead. Has good energy down here in the paddock. 3rd time off the layoff. Little fitness foundation from a couple starts at Will Rogers Downs. Number 2 is Silver Coin, 3 for 34 in the career. Off since March, last seen at Sam Houston running against some sprinters. Made a middle move there to get within 3 lengths of lead, then fizzled. Freshened since. A couple of sharp workouts here at Canterbury. Good-looking gray on the board, 20-1. Number 3, Skycat. Carlo Lopez gets the call here on this Nebraska shipper. There's no turf course at Fonner, so they're here because of the grass, likely. A bullet work on May the 13th in preparation for this start. And also 20-1. Back-to-back grays, back-to-back 20-1. Next in line is the 4, another big price. We're seeing some long shot value towards the inside. This is Tiger Bait, the Archie bred ridden by Harry Hernandez. Oaklawn Park, this horse has faced, again, some very, very good competition. Likely charges from off the pace. I can see this horse being a part of the Tri or Superfecta at those juicy odds. Number 5 has lots of speed. It's Triple Bold Baby. Luis Fuentes for Carl Broberg. We've already seen Carl Broberg win tonight at a big price on this card. I'm surprised this horse is 11-1 with the early speed and the very, very good barn. Scratch the 6, move to the 7, Bounty of Gold. Bounty of Gold comes in from Arizona, has blazing early speed. Angela Herman really likes this horse. She's here to bet this one, coming down to the paddock to check out her tout. Love the price, too. 6-1. Expect Negron to be on the engine early. That's a fair price for good connections and early speed on Bounty of Gold. They're betting the 8. I like to see it. It's my top pick in the race. I've got Timmy Padilla here with I Am the Boss. Alonzo Quinones is his go-to rider. Love those races at Gulfstream Park. They run some great turf races down there in Florida. Horse looks fantastic. The ears are up, healthy-looking coat, and we've seen Tim Padilla win here at a high rate the last couple of seasons. I like I Am the Boss to be the boss here in this race. Number 9, Lyrical, sneaky long shot, 8-1. Track Phantom says this horse has a big shot. I trust him. In from Tampa, off the claim, solid barn, good rider, good-looking horse. Yeah, there's no way I'm going to play any exotics without 9 on my tickets. I think that price is way too big at 8-1. Up on the outside, it's number 10, and this one, I'll tell you what, another horse, another gray, making a good impression here. Izzy Hernandez brought in a 21-1 shot last night on the turf. Don't overlook this horse at 7-1. Outside tracking speed, attack post, so much to like, so much intrigue. The sod sprint, you got to love 5 furlong dashes. If you're alive in the pick 5, good luck. If you're alive in the pick 4, keep that action going. And right now they're heading down the tunnel and onto the track. They'll be at the gate in 8, and then they're going to get it on.
As the horses approach the starting gate, we have one riderless and tearing around the track. It is the favored I Am the Boss. Number 8, I Am the Boss, has unseated the rider and is heading clockwise in front of us now. Delay, stand by. Ladies and gentlemen, scratch number 8, I Am the Boss. Number 8, I Am the Boss, scratched. Refunds for Win Play Show, Exacta, Trifecta, and Superfecta wagers involving the 8, I Am the Boss. There will be a consolation double paid from the winner of race 6. Refunds also for the doubles involving the 8 here in race 7. Pick 3, 4, and 5 action reverts to the starting favorite. Number 8, I Am the Boss, a late scratch. Now the horses have been taken off the turf course and are milling about on the dirt track. I Am the Boss is a scratched favorite. Therefore, if you have refunds coming your way, they're available right now. If you would like to re-wager on race 7. We're going to hold this race up a couple of seconds if you would like to re-wager, given the scratch of the well-fancied I Am the Boss. Back on the turf and to the starting gate. It's post time. So the favorite as they move in is the 7, Bounty of Gold. Once again with that late scratch of the well-fancied 8, I Am the Boss. Pick 4 and 5 action. Likewise for pick 3s in progress. revert to the starting favorite. The pick 3 on the final 3 live races today. We'll head to the favorite unless you change it. And it's getting a little late as Tiger Bait moves in. Here is Circulo de Ganadoras. And they're racing. A Rose and Wine zooms out from the inside, and a Rose and Wine who loves this turf course grabs the lead. The speedy Bounty of Gold in search of 2 is covering up Triple Bold Baby, and those 3 are nearly in a line into the far turn. The white horse right off the speed is Silver Coin, looking for that first turf victory, 4 lengths from it, and up top a Rose and Wine battles it out with Triple Bold Baby. After that we come back to Tiger Bait, 7 lengths from the front, 3.5 clear from Sky Cat in the turf debut, and the one in last is that 9 Lyrical. A Rose and Wine kicks clear by 2. It's a Rose and Wine from Silver Coin. The Exacta looks acey-deucey right now. Outside of that is Bounty of Gold, but a Rose and Wine absolutely adores the Canterbury turf course and wins under a hammerlock. 1, 2, 3 in race 7. A Rose and Wine went favored. Number 1, A Rose and Wine prevails. 1, 2, 3, 4 for that superfecta. 56.24. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, with the scratch of number 8, I Am the Boss. Pick 3, 4, and 5, Action. Switch to the starting favorite and winner, the 1, A Rose and Wine. Seventh official. Trifecta, chalk all odds, $60.25. Superfecta, $45.15. And the double paid $8.20 to that 1. Pick 3, $23.75. Exacta, $22.30. To the 8th and back to the fast main track. Full field, 12 battle, about 22 minutes from now. A Rose and Wine wins for the third time from 4 starts on the Canterbury sod. 4 for 4 in the top 2. And enters the winner's enclosure with Ruben Fuentes. The winning trainer, Francisco Bravo, and the winning owner, Pam Grossman. A Rose and Wine is a 5-year-old chestnut mare by the Honk, out of Call for Roses, bred in Minnesota by Eureka Thoroughbred Farm. Attention, those here at Canterbury, patrons and horsemen. There is a loose horse in the paddock. We have a horse loose in the paddock, so be very careful. And they're racing. A Rose and Wine zooms out from the inside, and a Rose and Wine who loves this turf course grabs the lead. The speedy Bounty of Gold in search of 2 is covering up Triple Bold Baby, and those 3 are nearly in a line into the far turn. The white horse right off the speed is Silver Coin, looking for that first turf victory, 4 lengths from it, and up top a Rose and Wine battles it out with Triple Bold Baby. After that we come back to Tiger Bait, 7 lengths from the front, 3.5 clear from Sky Cat in the turf debut, and the one in last is that 9 Lyrical. A Rose and Wine kicks clear by 2. It's a Rose and Wine from Silver Coin. The Exacta looks acey-deucey right now. Outside of that is Bounty of Gold, but a Rose and Wine absolutely adores the Canterbury turf course and wins under a hammerlock. 1, 2, 3 in race 7.
A Rose and Wine continues to love up the Canterbury Turf Course, now 3 for 4 on it as we move on to the late daily double. Crowded field here, 12 Minnesota-bred girls at the allowance level with a purse of $36,000. They're going to travel 5.5 furlongs. Looks like a wide-open betting race. Let's take a look at number 1 here. Celtics Wildcat should have some speed from the inside. Love the most recent workout, 47-2 breezing. That was a humdinger. And looking good, little energy here, bouncing along as we head to the walking ring. Celtics Wildcats on the board at double digits. Number 2 is Stone Arch Bridge. Lindy Wade gets the call for Gary Shearer. Love these horses in from Fairgrounds. They run some tough races. Been facing open company, back with the friends, as they say in the business. And I'm a little surprised this horse is 11-1. I think this horse has a big shot to be a part of it, especially in the late stages. 5.5 furlongs draws a lot of speed in these races. You get 12 horses out here with 4 or 5 or 6 horses gunning. This horse will be motoring late. A must for me in the try and Superfecta. Number 3, you want speed? Maybe the speed of the speed. It's Dusty Ford. Dusty Ford can fly. Love that maiden-breaking win last August. Has been freshened since. The workouts are solid. Luis Fuentes should be on the engine. Horse looks pretty solid, too. Look at the energy that horse is exuding. 5-1 to play Catch Me If You Can. 4 is Madisonian. This horse has had a couple of vacations, but comes in off a freshening from Oaklawn Park, a little 6-furlong ditty against Tougher, back with the State Breds and on the board at 16-1. The 5 is That Would Be Nice, Izzy Hernandez for Tony Rengsdorf. Rengsdorf popped at around 25% last year, so when I see him on the board at 11-1, I take notice. This horse likely, like the 2, will be making some noise in the later stages of this race. Next in line is the 6, Minn Kota Joy. Conning gets the call here, another Tony Rengsdorf product. Not really a lot to go on. 4 career starts, still trying to figure things out. A youngster at age 3 facing the elders. Mixed signals as far as I can tell here in the paddock. A little bit rambunctious and up on the board at near 20-1. 7, Knights Honor. Luis Negron gets the call here. Lots of foundation. 5th start of 2022 in from Oaklawn Park. Outside stalking speed. Another big price on the board. There's some long shots in here. My goodness. 8, Moonshine Moxie. Moonshine's been off since September. I like the workout pattern for Miguel Angel Silva, the big gray. Looking good down here. Love the dappling. Love the coat. Love the price. 25-1. Should get a good trip, too. 9, Start Singing. Quinones for Rengsdorf. He's got a few in here. Only 2 career starts, but one was a stakes event. This horse has certainly got some potential. Not sure she's reached it yet, but the connections tell me at some point this summer they might put it all together. 10 is Honey Bella. Chirinos for Mac Robertson. This horse showed a ton of talent last year. Won on debut and then ran second in a big stakes race. So the talent's there. Pretty white face. Mac Robertson, I mean, there's so much to like. The only thing I don't like is the price. In a 12-horse field, 9-5 is a little skinny, but that is absolutely the horse to beat. My pick in the race is the 11, Stylin' and Profilin'. Harry Hernandez gets the call here, second off the layoff. Love that the horse got a trip down at Sam Houston and loves Canterbury. 13 career starts, 6 for 13 in the money, and I thought the 11 made a good impression. 5-2 on the board. 12 is With Her Boots On. Outside post, off since September, but again, has been racing at a longer distance, 1 mile, 7.5 furlongs, lots of turf. So if they go real fast, like the 2, should be motoring late. There you see the picks up on the board, wide open right now. If you can hit the try or super, it should pay right here. Minnesota Breds going 5.5 furlongs, a very attractive allowance company. The girls are heading down the bridle path, heading onto the track. You better get those bets in. They'll be at the gate in just 6 minutes.
They've reached the starting gate. It is now post time for the Thursday night penultimate. Honey Bella, 8-5 and favored. Racing resumes after tonight, Saturday at 5 p.m. No Sunday racing this week, but a week from Sunday, we debut Pepsi Family Day, and that'll begin at 1 o'clock. Madisonian has gone in. With her boots on, last in line, another big field. It's the penultimate Thursday at Canterbury Park. Movement. Problems. Luis Fuentes off Dusty Ford.
Still off. We're on.
And they're racing, and they broke in a perfect line shortly after the start. That 5, that would be nice. Had to pinch back to last, and what a great beginning it was for Knight's Honor. And the long shot Knight's Honor flashes speed to the outside of Celtic's Wildcat. That's the one, and outside of that is Honey Bella on the 3 wide side into the far turn. Dusty Ford with Fuentes looking for 3, about 4 lengths from the lead as Honey Bella is attempting to kick clear from Knight's Honor, and Honey Bella travels along smoothly as they approach the top of the stretch. After that is Stone Arch Bridge, about 5 out of it. The white horses, Moonshine Moxie, beginning to make a bit of a move. After that, with her boots on, far out of it. Not as far as Start Singing, then it's Styling and Profiling. And as they head for home, up goes for the lead Honey Bella holding on. Stone Arch Bridge trying to run that one down, then it's Knight's Honor. And outside of that is Styling and Profiling, but they're no match for Honey Bella. And Honey came up sweet at 9-5, 10-7-2 in race 8. Number 10, Honey Bella ran first. 10-7-2-11 in the penultimate. 104.78 was the running time. 8th official. Exacta 34.70. Superfecta $93.28. 110 double, $6 and change. Pick 3 from race 6 paid $6.90. And the trifecta $137.60. Now entering the winner's enclosure, Honey Bella and Roy Chirinos. Honey Bella is a 3-year-old chestnut filly by Tapiture out of Sabella. Bred in Minnesota by Woodmere Farm. The winning owners, Extreme Racing, and the winning trainer, Mac Robertson. The 9th is our final live race until Saturday at 5 p.m. Don't forget, Saturday is the Preakness Stakes. Watch and wager, be a part of racing history with the Preakness Stakes from Pimlico this Saturday. In the 9th race, no scratches, no rider changes, and post time for the Thursday finale about 20 minutes from now. And they're racing, and they broke in a perfect line shortly after the start. That 5, that would be nice, had to pinch back to last. And what a great beginning it was for Knight's Honor. And the long shot Knight's Honor flashes speed to the outside of Celtic's Wildcat. That's the one. And outside of that is Honey Bella on the 3 wide side into the far turn. Dusty Ford with Fuentes looking for 3, about 4 lengths from the lead as Honey Bella is attempting to kick clear from Knight's Honor, and Honey Bella travels along smoothly as they approach the top of the stretch. After that is Stone Arch Bridge, about 5 out of it. The white horses Moonshine Moxie beginning to make a bit of a move. After that, with her boots on, far out of it. Not as far as Start Singing, then it's Styling and Profiling, and as they head for home, up goes for the lead Honey Bella holding on. Stone Arch Bridge trying to run that one down, then it's Knight's Honor, and outside of that is Styling and Profiling, but they're no match for Honey Bella, and Honey came up sweet at 9-5. 10-7-2 in race 8.
Hey guys, Kevin Gorg, Angela Herman with you. We're going to give you a little bonus paddock preview here before our lucky last. Don't forget, Paul Allen, once the horses come on the track, with the late chase special. But right now, Angela, we got to talk about the Preakness Stakes. Wagering windows are open right now, all day tomorrow, and of course Saturday, a big Preakness party out here that leads up to our racing at 5 o'clock.
Yes, and it's going to be an early card on Saturday. If you want to come and get the whole action-packed card of the Preakness, you're going to need to be here at 9:30. It starts early. It will lead up to our card at 5 o'clock. And you can bet it in advance both tonight before you leave, or if you want to come and join tomorrow. I'll be around tomorrow on the Mutual line. If you want to come and see me, remind me of all these awful picks, and you'd like to come make some wagers on the Preakness, you feel free to do that. If you're at a self-serve machine, make sure that you look for advance wagering on Pimlico. Do not bet on the Pimlico day card, because tomorrow is the Black-Eyed Susan. You don't want to get the wrong day. Make sure it says advance for Pimlico, and you'll be able to bet on the Preakness as early as you'd like, and then come and cash any time in the next year.
Yeah, and Saturday morning, the windows open at 8 o'clock. Racing starts at 9:30. It's a fabulous card. Great card tomorrow as well at Pimlico. You can bet right here at Canterbury Park. The Black-Eyed Susan, like the Kentucky Oaks, is a race for the girls. It previews that race, and you can do a double right into that Preakness Stakes. Let's talk about the Preakness. We've got the odds right behind us. Epicenter ran such a great race on Derby Day. 6-5 looks like the horse to beat. As I handicapped the race, it's almost impossible for me to keep him out of the exacta. But there are some horses in here, if he regresses just a little, that could pop up. Who do you like?
He did run such a big race, and if you thought that it was too big of a race to duplicate, and you think that he takes a step back in here, he is going to be a heavy favorite. I mean, you look up and down the line, and there's a lot of different possibilities that'll be about, 10 times the price than they were in their last race and probably in their next race. So take advantage of that. I am naturally inclined to lean towards the feminine side of things. Not that Secret Oath is that feminine. She really isn't.
She's big, boy. She's strong.
Gorgeous, yes. Yeah, and she can take it. I mean, she had a rough trip a few back, but it didn't discourage her. Nothing really seems to get in her way unless it's, a wide trip and maybe an unfavorable pace scenario. But there aren't that many ways to beat her. If Epicenter can do it, more kudos to him. He might just be the best 3-year-old going right now, but he's parimutually kind of useless. So I will try to beat him with Secret Oath. If you think that she gets a good trip, maybe off early voting, maybe some other horses that make life tough for Epicenter, 9-2 is very fair. I don't think you'll get 9-2. Do you think about 3-1, 7-2? She'll be somewhere in that neighborhood, I would guess.
Yeah, the key will be who will be the second choice. I think early voting, the 5 for Chad Brown, likely in that 3-1, 7-2 range. I think she's the same thing, right? They're both going to be kind of co-second favorites in this race, and I like her a lot better than I like early voting. I think there's other pace in this race that could make things tough on that Chad Brown horse. Simplification, the one horse up here at 6-1 is a horse I'm going to try to get into the exotics. I think the exacta under Epicenter could be a logical one that might pay decently. Johnny Velasquez on the rail, can sit off the pace. I think, this horse is sitting on a good one. I like the Derby effort, had to go wide, was coming late. And then the outside horse. Jeff Madej put me on this horse earlier today, and Madej is, honestly, he's so crafty when he finds these bombers. And Skippy Longstocking on the outside for Safi Joseph. I don't think the horse can win, but I do think the horse can hit the trifecta and superfecta at 1,000,000 to 1. I'm going to get early voting out of there. I think, obviously, the favorite Epicenter is going to be tough. So we'll look forward to playing that race this weekend. Right now, we've got to talk about the lucky last, and here they come. And, Angela, I'll start because that's my horse right there. I love the one in here. Scary at Canterbury. We get Harry Hernandez for Silva. We get a horse that's been racing only on the turf down at Sam Houston, off since March, but's been showing great speed in those shorter turf races from the inside at 5.5. I absolutely think they have to send in this spot. I think the 5 is clearly the horse to beat. Mac Robertson looking to sweep the double. And then the 3 to me is a little interesting here. Eyes Flying By, Izzy Hernandez. Jerry Livingston's a guy that's done great things with quarter horses over the years. Love the bullet work coming in, but I'm super intrigued by your tout in here. And listen, we all have nights like you've had. You've been second and third all night long, and all of a sudden you come to this last race and you get this double-digit 7-horse home, and it turns your whole night upside down. Tell us why you like Honey Superman.
Well, Honey Superman is working well in the morning, and he's just broken too bad to be true. There is more ability to this horse. There's a reason that they keep putting him in for a maiden special weight as opposed to a tag. If he belonged in for a tag, that's where he'd be. They gelded him. They're going to add Lasix. He added blinkers a couple starts back, dismissed that open race on the turf. That's fine. But when he ran against this company, there's just a lot of room to improve. And he did lose to a stablemate in Happy Hour Bobby, who's already come back to run well in this meet. I just think that Honey Superman has a lot more to show. And if you're going to bet this horse, probably do it now, because I don't know if you're going to get a better price if he runs any degree better than he did last year.
And let's talk to the fans about first-time geldings, because I don't think it's talked about enough. You know, first-time Lasix has been a thing way back to the mid-'80s when I came to Canterbury Downs at the time. We saw a horse that was gelded earlier tonight win for Joel Byrne, and win like a good thing, like 104-2. All right, this horse is a first-time gelding. What can that do with a young horse to help those numbers jump up? Because right now you're betting this horse, betting on him doing something he hasn't done yet, and the first-time gelding angle absolutely can be profitable.
Absolutely. And, I mean, there's different reasons for it, but I think a better example would be the horse that won, well, dead heated last night in the 10,000 Lakes, named the Alligator Hunter. He was getting tough in the stretch. He would wander about. He was tough to handle. I mean, he's still a little bit of a tough horse, but, you know, I mean, sometimes there's just a little bit too much testosterone going through the veins. There's just too much boy to them, so they cut them, and it just naturally focuses them a little bit more. It looks like he's behaving well. He looks good in the paddock. I mean, what men wouldn't do a little bit more focus to their job if they got gelded? Let's be
Amen to
honest.
that. I could have had that 30, 40 years ago to save myself a lot of trouble. It's the 9th race. We have Win, Play, Show, Exacta, Trifecta, and Superfecta. We're open all day tomorrow. Awesome card at Pimlico. Come out and play the Black-Eyed Susan. Saturday, gates open at 8 a.m. The races start at 9:30 a.m. Our live card Saturday is 5 p.m. Right now, the horses are heading onto the track for the lucky last. And fans, we saved the best for last. Paul Allen, the Vox here at Canterbury Park with the Chaser. The Chaser is coming up and coming at you in a few minutes. Good luck.
Thank you very much, Sir Leonard Dykert. Thank you. Best bugler in the business. Have a good evening. 9th, no scratches, 6 minutes. Yo, what's going on? Good to meet you. I'm the Chaser. It's final race at Canterbury Park. How's your evening going? At one point tonight, the Chaser picked 3 winners out of the first 4 races and was down $100. But then it got a little better, and a rose and wine helped the Chaser a little bit. But overall, per usual, it's the last race and we're chasing. Are you in the same boat? Are you chasing? Do you need to figure out what to do? Because I do. So let's get it all back in chasing fashion with this guy. Scary at Canterbury. How about that name? Perfect for this racetrack. Scary at Canterbury. It doesn't say Scary at Fonner. It doesn't say Scary at Mountaineer or Scary at Atticad. It's scary at this track right here, Canterbury Park. And why do we like Scary at Canterbury? Well, let's take a look at nothing but turf races. Okay, this is a main track race. And that's perfect for the Chaser to take a turf horse and chase on the main track. But take a look at that last dirt work for the Thumbs Up gang, Miguel Angel Silva. Soy Pablito. That dirt work looks to be very good. And the Chaser caught that dirt work and now is going to catch this horse in the winner's circle, because we see some early speed here on the main track, and that's always good at Canterbury Park. This horse is fast. This horse is very fast, dirt or turf, and thus for Miguel Angel Silva, the Chaser supports Thumbs Up Gang, and let's win together with Scary at Canterbury. One minute. It's post time. Into the gate for the 9th and final live race this Thursday at Canterbury Park. Preakness Stakes Saturday. Watch and wager, be a part of history. Advance wager on the Preakness before you leave tonight or tomorrow if you happen to be out at Canterbury. Playing the tele-racing from around the country and world, and or chancing the card casino with blackjack and much more, open 24/7. Sweet Analyzer, 4-1 last in. Runaway Ready is even money. They're racing. Scary at Canterbury pops out of the gate nicely and is being roused to show speed. Likewise for Silent Sailor, who comes up loudly on the lead in the middle stages of the backstretch. And Said Duo has gone about 3-4 lengths clear from Eyes Flying By. And that one is joined by Warbucks. That daddy's about 3 lengths from the lead. Runaway Ready, the favorite, pushed on. Runaway Ready pushed on, 5 lengths from the lead, advancing slightly. Scary at Canterbury by a nostril. Then we come back about 5, maybe 6 after that behind the favorite to Sweet Analyzer. Then a huge gap to Honey Superman. And way back in last is Wildcat Hagrid. At the top of the stretch, Scary at Canterbury is attempting to fend challenges. Taking the lead by an inch, Silent Sailor. Scary at Canterbury fights back, but here comes Runaway Ready. And there goes Runaway Ready at even money. The People's Choice wins it stylishly. Sweet Analyzer zooms into second. Tight photo for third. Number 5, Runaway Ready ran first. 8, Sweet Analyzer second. Photo for the show. The final into the winner's enclosure this beautiful Shakopee evening is Runaway Ready. Back-to-back victories for jockey Roymus Chirinos. The winning owners, Novogratz Racing, and the winning trainer, Mac Robertson. Runaway Ready is a 4-year-old gray son of cross traffic out of Citizen Emma. Bred in Minnesota, by Sugarland Thoroughbreds. It's 5-8-3-1 to close festivities, but it's not official. The 9th race is official. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us. And if you're leaving Canterbury, please drive safely. And they're racing. Scary at Canterbury pops out of the gate nicely and is being roused to show speed. Likewise for Silent Sailor, who comes up loudly on the lead in the middle stages of the backstretch. And Said Duo has gone about 3-4 lengths clear from Eyes Flying By. And that one is joined by Warbucks. That daddy's about 3 lengths from the lead. Runaway Ready, the favorite, pushed on. Runaway Ready pushed on. 5 lengths from the lead, advancing slightly. Scary at Canterbury by a nostril. Then we come back about 5, maybe 6 after that behind the favorite to Sweet Analyzer. Then a huge gap to Honey Superman. And way back in last is Wildcat Hagrid. At the top of the stretch, Scary at Canterbury is attempting to fend challenges. Taking the lead by an inch, Silent Sailor. Scary at Canterbury fights back, but here comes Runaway Ready. And there goes Runaway Ready at even money. The People's Choice wins it stylishly. Sweet Analyzer zooms into second, tight